Yo, we good? Yo, good morning. All right, we made it. You know, let me change some things around. Second. Put that there. All right, mic check, mic check. Bet. We good. Yo, good morning. I try to get here nice, bright, and early and on time. But the drive into work today was crazy. You ever be like, you ever rush and then as you're moving, things happen the counter you needing to speed up time? Let me keep that right there. You know, that is what happens with me. And then I get more nervous, and it's like, man, I gotta go. All right, well, good morning, yo. Welcome to the stream. I'm Chuck. I'm Charles. Um, and let's get it, baby. I spilled a little bit of my Red Bull. That sucks. All right, where's my pen? Oh, it's in my robe. Here we go. All right, got my pen. Let's open up some Robinhood. Bam. All right. Let's look at some levels. And then we're going to update our last week's sheet. Man, this composition book is done. Theta. All right, so pre-market, we have a high 680.36. 680.36. Our low end was actually early. 677. All right, 93. All right, we got that. All right, high, low, open, close. All right. Watch contracts. So this is what we had last week right here. 1128 pre-market. I had to put the pre-market ranges in here. I can at least do that. 678.15. And we have our low end 675.92. Oh, that's Friday. No, this is Friday. I gotta get Friday's levels. This was Wednesday's. I was putting in. Yeah, 678.15. Yeah, that's that. All right, copy, paste. All right, so this is Monday. And so this is my trading journal right here for people who don't know. I invented everything that comes along with this. This is my creation. Anyone else using this is definitely copying and cheating, which I don't mind. I just want recognition for it. People cheat all the time, but at least I'm not trying to paywall you for some stuff that someone else is copying so it can look good. All right, 690.36. And our low is right here. So right now we're just essentially establishing the ranges right now. Monday 12/1. Done. All right. So we have big data today coming out at 9:45. We have 9:45 data. 9:45. And 10 a.m. 10 a.m. data, ISM data, huge. 10 a.m. is huge, so that's going to be the push. That's going to probably be what the day is going to go and do right there. So I think we are going to take a small little deep dive. I think, what are we at right now? We're at 678. Oh, wow. We were at 83. Now we moved down a lot. Wow. All right. So for the downside, I don't think we're going to go that far. So maybe 675. 675 put. We're going to look at a 674 put. And of course, 673. Those are going to be priced out to different people's ranges in which they. It's Wednesday. It's Tuesday, 78. We hit. What was that? What's this? Oops. Crap. You know what? 1128. Why isn't 1128 in here? Oh, I gotta grab it here. I gotta fix it. I really have to fix that because now I'm missing a date. There we go. All right, that was stupid. What time is it? All right, 23. We got time. All right, so we have 9:45 data. Let's give you guys some space over there. 9:45 data. That's huge. 10 a.m. data. Huge. We're looking at contracts. There we go. Contracts. All right. Sheesh. All right. I'm looking for the. Mm, all right. 683. All right. So I have some contracts here that we can maybe take a look at today. We can follow. We have the 681 call, 682 call, and then we have the 683 call. On the other side of the street, da, 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 675. 674, 673. Boom. All right, what time is it? All right, 9:25. All right, so we have our information right here. We have our data points. 1201. With Monday 1201, we're trading the SPY. At 9:45, we have data. 10 a.m. we have very important ISM data. Pre-market, we hit no. It's not 90, that's 80. 680, not 90. 680. All right, 680.36. Our high, our low. 677.93. Low. All right, boom. High, low. We didn't get it yet. Open, close. We didn't get that yet. We have our contracts here. And now let's get rid of our timesheet, clean up our timesheet so we can have a nice clean slate. All right, pop, pop, pop. All right, we got our timesheet. VIX pre-market 17.99. Let's go pre. This is another metric right here that we're going to start looking at. 17.99. 17.99. Bam. All right, we have our parameters. We have everything we're looking for. We're gapping down on NVIDIA. We're going to keep an eye on NVIDIA because NVIDIA is the market. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're also going to keep the VIX is like way up. I think we were in single digits last week. So we're going to come over here, grab our data. Everything is going to be up. Same thing with you, up. All right, we're going to wait for that. All right, we're going to let that be that. Got everything. Good morning again. I don't know who's in here. If you're in chat, I do appreciate it. I appreciate you. I already have my pancakes. I already made my pancakes. My traditional, world famous, world renounced, world revered blueberry pancakes. What is this sound? What the hell? I'll close that. Let's pull up some news. Tom Lee is talking right now. Tom Lee is just he just talking, boy. That boy get paid to talk. Animal spirits. Is he vouching for a new fetcher? Where's my lighter? Dovish Fed tailwind. Shoot. There's my 1 minute. All right, we got 1 minute to figure this out. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, nope, there we go. All right, we're good. I have all types. Are we going green? We're going green all of a sudden. Did you see that? Oh no, something else came up. I was like, what? All right, we about to bang bang. That's VIX. There we go. Okay, no. I don't know what I was looking at. I was looking at something totally different. All right, good luck. Let's get it. All right, let's price these contracts now. There's a huge shuffle happening right now within everything. Oh, Jensen is live. He's live right now. That's crazy. All right, VIX is going up. SPY is falling more. So we are going to drop before we start popping. Now we have 9:45 data, and then we have 10 o'clock data. Jensen's talking right now, apparently. Yeah, that was from Jensen talking right now. Oh. All right, it's looking like we're gonna fill the gap. So we're gonna go for the gap, but the big thing we have 9:45 data, and then from 9:45 we have the 10 a.m. data. The 10 a.m. data is what the market is going to follow. in my opinion. All right, Tesla just went green. And Tesla's the only Mag 7 that just went green today. Where is Tesla? Tesla's here. All right, so I wonder what's going to happen when Nvidia fills that gap. Oh wow, these are doing really good. Hmm. Damn, I definitely should have got more of those. I knew they were going to be really good today. Whew, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Woo! I'm so sorry for sneezing all up in your ear. Mm. It's down 5% today. Come on, Jensen. Save it, Jensen. Save it. Sell it, boys. Sell it. Sell it, boy. All right, 9:45 data's dropping in 2 minutes. Sell it. Sell it, Jensen. Tesla's red. Oh, video just went green. Nice. Oh wow, 683. That is one hell of a gap to fill. Yo, what's up, bro? I'm glad my 180 calls from last week are paying off. Nice. You said there would be a gap down. Yep. Yellow, they did watch. Opposite. Yeah. We definitely wanted that gap down because today we're going to see, and I think the data at 10 o'clock is what's going to propel us up and forward, maybe even through this gap, So I am playing the gap trade. I'm paying that 10 o'clock trade essentially. I'm not going as heavy as like I really want to, but I'm in there. I'm in there. So we're just waiting. So far, so good, but you know how that goes. But if this 10 o'clock data is good, we're gonna push. We're gonna push up and forward. We're definitely going to clean that gap, clear that gap. VIX is fluctuating a little bit, all around like the same levels though. Nvidia filled this gap on the upside. We're looking for SPY to fill the gap to the upside. The data could take us further.
and delivering for the future. All right, and then Jensen, I know
here's an easy way to think about it. One of the things that's really important is almost all industrial companies, companies that make things like Nvidia, like GM, like Boeing, these are companies that spend probably hundreds of millions, maybe very low billions of dollars in engineering software tools. However, the amount that they spend in prototyping all of those products is easily 10, 20 times higher. It's absolutely the same case here at NVIDIA. We spent a few $100 million in EDA tools and design tools. However, we spend billions of dollars in prototyping it. In the future, we're going to prototype all of these products digitally so that we don't waste any money when we build it physically. In order to prototype things digitally, simulate it inside a digital twin. This is all the things I've been talking to you about.
Right.
All of a sudden,
Absolutely.
the market opportunity increases by a factor of 10, 100.
Okay, so last question. Right now, we spend a lot of time talking about Google and what they're doing with their own TPU, and we talk about whether Meta will do it. But one thing that you taught me was you like to think 20 years forward and then backward. I'm thinking about Vera Rubin. I had to go read that Richard Feynman book because you mentioned he's a pretty funny guy. But I mean, when I look at the Vera Rubin and the Feynman, am I going to be saying, you know what, that was a great thing those other guys had during that 9-month window that Jensen allowed them to have?
Listen, we've been competing with ASICs now for quite a long time, and Google has had ASICs for a long time. Nvidia, and they do a great job, as you know, and I've always been complimentary.
Right. Always.
What Nvidia does is much more versatile. Our technology is much more fungible. Notice the announcement today. accelerating Synopsys design tools, the EDA, the SDA, the CAE tools requires a computer architecture like CUDA. It's not available for ASICs. And so NVIDIA can address markets that are much, much broader, not just chatbots. We're also everywhere. We're in every cloud, we're in every single OEM, we're on-prem, and we're also at the edge. And so the NVIDIA opportunity is much, much larger. And you're now seeing a real tangible experience example of an opportunity that we could do with our platform that nobody else can. And so this is a very big opportunity for us, huge opportunity to reinvent the EDA industry, the design and engineering industry for Synopsys and the rest of the industry, and a growth opportunity for us because this is so computationally intensive.
I was just All right, that's how Jensen answered the Google question. This was his first public response to
58.5, higher than expected. And in this series, prices paid higher is not necessarily better. 58.5 would be the hottest prices paid going back to September of this year. And if we look at new orders,
That goes back to the Fed's argument about inflation. Might be ramping up a bit.
very big disappointment here. 47.4, weakest since July. And finally, on the employment front, 44.0, another big miss, following a 46. 44.0 would be the lightest read since August. And
So lowest read since July and August, highest read on prices since September. That's what you have for ISM PMI.
sequentially, well, all the important numbers are sequentially lower. The only one sequentially higher is prices paid. And as I pointed out, we rather have that moving lower. Interest rates across the globe have some upward pressure. We see 2-year hovering at 352 in the US. That's up 3 basis points. The 10-year, after it surpassed the recent ceiling around 404, 405 on the yield perspective, jumped up to 409, hovering at 408, up 6 basis points.
10-year was down below 4 on Wednesday.
Oh wow, I've been talking this whole time. Oh my gosh, I've been talking this whole time. So oh wow, I'm sorry. Uh, I I bought some calls right here. Seen the potential in them up there. I kept them. We dropped for the pullback. Then this is when I added more. I sold all of them up here, and then I bought just an outlier, just a beak wetter, so to speak, back here, and now I held them ever since there. I'm leaning towards the upside. I'm looking for the upside gap fill. And the same thing with Nvidia. I'm sorry, Rich, you didn't hear me before. Nvidia, the gaps. There were three gaps on Nvidia that's being filled. I believe this just filled one of them. There's two more back there. If you're watching the screen, then you've seen where I was talking about for those gaps. You can see them from here too. Of course, you got the gap here. No, gap up. Yeah, I think this is a gap here. One, two, and then it filled that one. All right, what's going on? What's going on? All right, we hold. Nvidia, let's get this back on too. I'm so sorry, guys. I was talking that whole freaking time. Um, where's the UVIX? Okay, here's the UVIX. Yeah. So I still have calls. I just got calls. I sold my calls at like 100 some 175%, 150% up here. Um, it was just looking weird. I seen this candle. I'm like, all right, I sold all my stuff. um, so we're just gonna go from here. Now, although I marked our timesheet 10:08. Okay, this was a structure change, right? Well, not structure change. This was just a higher low right there. But we actually broke that right here. This is a lower low, so we just hit a lower low at 10:17. Lower low 680.49. Let's put a space right there. That's a higher low. This is the lower low. Whenever you're working on this side, there's the lows on this side. That's the highs when it comes to structure. That's our high. That's our low within this. Hmm. I think I'm liking the 85s. What's that? 834. What did I say? 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2's kind of expensive. We can change this to 4 and 5. 4, 5. Those are a lot friendlier priced. I think these are going to be good. I think those are going to be good today. I got them for a different price though. I got them. No, I got them for around here. Yeah, I got them for around here. A little bit cheaper. All right, so we're still digesting this ISM data. This could be the digestion and just the mark. Are you trading at the money or out of the money contracts? Out of the money contracts. I thought you went to do something. Nah, my bad, yo. All right, I'm looking for news right now. We have the UVIX and the VIX going up, so the SPY is definitely going to go down because of that. Whenever you see this green, it's definitely going to go red. There's Nvidia. What else is lagging today? SoFi isn't added yet. So this is market wide. This is market wide. Okay, I seen this, then I heard this, and then I got busy. All right, this is quite precipitous. Oh no, I didn't mark them. You, you, you. No. If we were in more of a momentum, I would pick up at the money contracts. I don't know. That actually depends. That's actually iffy. Puts about the print. Puts been printing. You see, I wasn't looking for downside, a downside play, or else I would have. We got the top tick. So if you were looking to short this, that top tick was it, and you definitely got paid so far. Wow, that's 50% already. If you bought the right put, you made 50% on you made 50% on that put already. Hmm. Wow. You are going both ways. I thought you were looking for the gap. No, uh, he said that. I am looking for the gap. I'm still looking at contracts. It's good to look at the contract so you can know what's going on, understand theta a little bit more, deltas. I start looking at puts, I want to say around here when I start dipping my toe in the puts. I didn't sell my other outlier calls. I sold my initial calls on this top, But then remember, I bought more calls here. And then with all this downside pressure, with these lower lows, once we hit those lower lows over here, this made me think, you see higher low, lower low around this time, this made me start looking at the downside. So you see around 1017, so maybe around like 18, 19, this is when I start pricing stuff out and I start buying puts um over here. So this is why I start entering puts. And all right, so it's 1030. We're looking for a 1030 reversal. So this could be the reversal. This could be the reversal right here. Or they might reverse it. Reverse the reverse. But I think this is the reversal. We just called it early. You see, 1001. We just, you know. So yeah, so my puts are about the print. I guess I can probably start selling those calls on the other side. I had some baby calls, but now we can definitely, before they get crazy, because this is quite precipitous. You know, we're gonna. We can see what this is. If this is an actual move. I followed the money, bro. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're following the money. I just have two contracts on Nvidia from last week. The 180 calls. Yeah, 180 calls are looking damn good right now. Hmm. All right, so this is our 1032, 32. Um, yeah, higher low, 679, 42. More chop, but we are going down. We got to break. Some has to break. Oh, wow. I wonder, is this 670s? Oh, 678. This could be some type of support down there. What's down there? $676, $678. What levels are over here? $679. We're here. Huh. Whoa. Whoa. These contracts are up. Ooh, those puts. Ooh. All right, so those calls back there are definitely shredded. But it's all right. So if we're still looking for any type of upside pressure, what time is it? You might want to shop for those calls, ATP. ATP is a term that I made up. It has a couple meanings. I have a couple names for it. Okay, ATP. I'll give you one name for it right now. I got them right here in my notes. Okay, you ready? Advanced tactical positioning. ATP. You like that one? What you think about that one? I'll say it again. Advanced tactical positioning. How's that for a name? All right, what is this junk? All right, we're going to see what they're doing because we tapped this again. We tapped it, so that's our support. We hit bottom in support. That's support right there. Sick. I just have two contracts on the video. Last week calls. Oh man, I hope. Oh no, you're good on those calls. You're good. 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 Uh, they're fucking with you a little bit. They're making you work. They're making you work, but you're good. All right, I'm all out of my puts. I don't see anything really coming out of those puts really too much. Cuz this is back we're pretty much back to opening. We opened at 678.80 and we just broke below print 678.84, 78, 70 you see 74. So that's our floor right there. So that's our floor. All right. So from that information right there, we can derive that from that support, we have to break it to the up. Um, but we're kind of theta gaze right now. No, we're not. No, we're about to go into phase 2 of the day. Actually, Nvidia is looking strong. Just speaking a little spicy. That's funny. All right, so this is good too. VIX really it hasn't spiked at all too much over 18. What time is this? It's at 9:35. All right. Yeah, so VIX has been pretty tamed. As this goes down, this is going to go up. So it looks like we want to go fill in the gap to the upside. Again, it's also reflecting right here on the UVIX, and also with Nvidia actually, especially as the market is Nvidia. All right, there we go. All right. Hmm. You know what? And that was my fault too. I spent money on puts right here and they weren't even profitable. You know, that's why you're supposed to trade on the top of the channels. Like that was on top of the channel. That would have been a great trade right there. From there to there, that would have been an amazing trade. But I didn't catch it. And with me doing that, that took up capital. I didn't lose on the trade. It's just that it took capital away from the real move. That's why I try and focus on the long move, the real move, the meat of the move, the one move, rather than this chop and slop shit that's not going to yield you a lot of money. You know, right here, chop and slop like that. That's not money right there. From there to there, that's not money. You know, I mean, you have to catch it a certain way to make that profitable. You have to sell it a certain way. I mean, buy it and sell it at a certain way, like boom, boom. You know, you got to. That is, you know, he got hit all those numbers. That's the only way stuff like that is profitable. You know, that's why right here. That's why I didn't sell up here. That's why I kept it and I added on right there. So you know, and then that's why you also don't want to FOMO in the trades, because let's say you have $10 and you know you use $2 over here, then $3 right there, then you use you know $4 on a trade. That's a bad trade that you're not even in that trade window for a long time for it to be profitable. You know, so now although you don't have a negative or positive on that, you know now you don't have that capital, you know, at your disposal. Ouch. 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 Oh, man. All right, so is this our low period? You want to watch a documentary, a trading documentary or something? Oh, yo, bro, I made some more blueberry pancakes this morning. They were bang bang. I made some blueberry pancakes. I made some bacon. And I made some cheese eggs too. Oh, no, that was all delicious. Bitcoin below 84. 83. Mm. All right, so this could have been hopefully this can I mean it's a higher low, but no, yeah, yeah. Oh no, yeah, higher low. Oh my god. 1036. 676.84. So this is our 1030 reverse. Yeah, that's our 1030 reverse. Yeah. Our 1030 it didn't happen back here. It happened at 1035. It happened at 1035. They're so funny. You gotta watch these motherfuckers. Ah. All right, so that was probably our load right there. So we're gonna move from there. All right, so now we want to look for our other. Something happened. Okay, no. Okay, Friday 28, 26, 27, no 27, 28. Okay, all right, no, we're good. I don't know why did it switch like that. So stupid. So confusing. So freaking confusing. But this is why I have the date and everything, so then I don't get confused by stupid stuff like that. My God. Like, I'm trying to freaking be professional and shit. Like, what the fuck, man? The fuck, cuz? Trying to be fucking professional, man. I gotta come here fucking my shit, man. Damn, cuz. Just trying to feed my kid. Alright. Let's take a bite of some pancakes. Mm. This one's even good cold. Mm. 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 It's still crunchy too. Your boy know how to cook, boy. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to dare try no eat no cold ass eggs. I'm not beat for that. But that cold pancake, I knew that was gonna be good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's good. Mm. Mm-mm. 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 Let me heat that up later. Mm. 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 Yo, I took my hair out too. My hair is so long. It is so freaking long. How low will we go? Uh, well, we know for the SPY, we know we have some support right here. There seems to be some pretty strong support. Nvidia, Nvidia gap down, fill this gap. Nvidia, believe it or not, has nothing but clear blue skies ahead. They don't have anything below. They have everything above. So that's bullish for Nvidia. They don't have anything below. So like that means they don't have any gaps to grab down low. They don't have any reason to go low other than market sentiment. The whole market would have to go down there, you know. When it comes to fundamentals, Nvidia has no reason to go, you know, down unless, you know, there's a sell off on Nvidia, you know. But, you know, they have nowhere to go but up. I mean, they can go down, but you know, within those outliers. But it's looking really bullish for Nvidia, especially you see this consolidation. You know, you see a lot of contraction right here, expansion. You know, boom. You know, they had a big sell off and everything, so that was kind of healthy for it too. They reached all time highs, sold off, big sell off. You know, came back up to the downside, um, filling gaps to the upside too. Gaps can only be filled during trading hours. Gaps can't be filled um when the market is closed or like pre-market or something. All right, so this is kind of all right. So we got a while ago. We have a so this is perspective. Just to give it's a little bit more perspective. We're already above this print and but gap. So we don't really have to look at that too much. Red UVIX is good. Red is going to be green here. 1744. We're still underneath that 18 VIX. A 10 VIX, you know, we're mooning, stuff like that. The more this VIX goes down, you know, it's going to be really good. So I should probably start. I added on to some contracts. Of course, you want to add on well before you hit that same print. You have the 180s. Oh, but you had the 180s for a couple days, didn't you? When did you buy those 180s? Because those 180s are kind of cuckoo. They're going kind of cuckoo. I know you going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, I got them when they were. Yeah, I know you going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now. Yeah. I'm like, wait, hold on. I said, let me show my man some love real quick. Let me see what he talking about over there. I know you going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now. Good for you. I'm happy for you. Go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, please. I'm deep in the money. Yeah. Yeah. If did they break it? Almost, yeah. You're about to get in there. Yeah. You're about to jump through that door. Where's Nvidia. The 180s. Yeah, no, yeah. You're right there at the money. What does price have to hit? It's 180.50. I forgot the math on that. What's the math on that? I think 180.50. You have to hit 180.50, so then you can switch to in the money. Like 180.50, 180.30, something like that. I'm not that good at math. I don't believe in math. All right, what's that? All right, we gotta get this math right. It's important. 180 on 75. Is that resistance? No, they're not gonna chop us in that. They're not gonna chop us in that. That's just resistance up there. Huh. Um, it's around 180.26. Yeah, 128. Yeah, I thought something like that. But well, I'm looking at SPY. That was a rejection up there. I don't know if I like that or not. Oh, oh. Mm. 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 Hmm. All right, we kind of have to kick this door down. Where's this VIX at? 40. All right. All right. I think I'm gonna roll up. I want to smoke. Mm. Freaking Tanner. What is that? All right. Look, you're you're not a Bitcoin enthusiast, you know, or at least he's more of a Bitcoin enthusiast rather than someone that is a true and tried believer. You know, it's like, why did you join the cult? You know, did you join the cult because of the benefits, or you joined the cult because you believe in the cause? And that's what pretty much crypto is. And those are the two different investors or mindsets that comes along with Bitcoin and crypto, but Bitcoin specifically. It's all philosophy. What was that? You see, it's those type of things right there All right, where did this come from? Where did okay? What's this? 40. All right, bro. You know where I'm gonna be. It might be a long day today. I don't know. It's gonna probably be a long day though. I'm gonna probably just stay on all day. Regardless, I'm gonna be on the PlayStation. I'm gonna jump on PlayStation soon. All right, I think decisions have to be made right here. Are we going to go up? Are we going to fill that gap? We see that big wall of resistance. Big wall of resistance right here. Support down there. That is a big range. We hit that. Rewrote it. Boom. Up one time. Boom. Up two times. This is our high right here. 1058. All right. 1058. New high of day. New high of day. 681.83. How much is that? That's like 60 cent. 80 and 70 cent. 70 cent. And we're dropping. We're hitting that lower end right now. A whole dollar in. That's what that whole thing is right there. So no, those 85s are filling it too. 86 are kind of weak. What are these interests? 95, 63, 44, 58. What's up with these? This side, way more. Huh. That 680 put is looking quite delicious right now. Yeah, that's kind of nuts right there. This is one heck of a range. But look at this. VIX is going down. VIX is going down. NVIDIA. This is NVIDIA. What time is this? 10:59. 11:06. 11:06. This is 11:06. Oh, wow. We broke that. Mm. Mm. Look at that range. That's disgusting. Yeah, Powell speaking at 8 p.m. today at Stanford. New higher day, structure change down. All right, we're going to see if they're trapping the bulls and we're going to continue to run, or are they going to keep us range bound? Because this can be a bull trap. You know, they could have done a lot of rinsing. This was a long time. That's 10 o'clock to 10:36. That whole half an hour down. 10:36, 11:01. That's roughly another half an hour. 25 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes down. That's a big down. That's a big shake right there. That's a really big shake. Mm. Two more. That's 80 for the 84s. Let's see. Sheesh. Well. Oh man. Mm. Mm. All right, this is a turn. This is a big turn. All right, 11:15. This is a big shift change within the hours right here. This is going to be a big move coming up soon. Silver's up 95%. That's sick nasty, and those calls are nasty. That's nasty. Those are nasty numbers. Oh, that's big. Look at the UVIX. Look how the UVIX is climbing and the VIX. Whoa. All right. Yeah, the market is definitely following the video. All right. It looks like we're heading right back down to 178. I'm sorry, 678. Big range. Boom, boom, boom. On our way down again, too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huge moves. Huge moves. Huge moves. Hmm. Are you in both now? Jay, what are you playing? You're asking me about what I'm playing and everything. What exactly what moves are you looking at right now in the market? I'm tracking the high and low ticker. Um oh, you didn't respond yet. I'm still looking for upside, Jay. You know, I can't time the low. You never can time the low, but what you can do is you can track it. And off that track, you can place certain bets, certain in certain contracts. but no, I don't think I have any puts right now. I didn't let this like do anything to me. Like I'm looking for upside. Like I think we're going to attack the upside. So I don't want to waste money in puts. I jumped in puts over here because that was looking kind of crazy, but like I said, I already made that mistake, and I made that mistake plenty of times in the past. That's why I even noticed it. I spotted it. I still fell into the trap. I'm not gonna fall into the trap over here. We're stuck in the upside pressure. We're looking at upside. So every time we come down, I buy, I buy, I buy, I buy, I bought, I bought, I bought, I bought calls. If I get lucky and I catch a put in the right put, I might. But puts are very short term today. Calls for long term. I guess that's one way I can also start saying it too, because it sounds like you're confused into what's going on. You know, we're not a bear or a bull. Me and the other guy in this channel and the other people and everything, we're not bears or bulls. We don't. The only time we want something to go up or down is with the contract that we bought, whether that's a call or a put. We don't wake up and say, man, I need the market to go down, or I need the market to go up. Rich, he bought calls, NVIDIA calls last week because of homework that we did the end of last week coming into this week. So, that's a play that he did right there. You know, um, I trade the spy, so a lot of my attention is going to go at the spy. I look at other things because, it's a mix between everything. If we get into a trade and like we hit a certain channel, we're gonna sell, because like the top of that channel over there on the call side, you gotta be versatile. We're not getting married to anything. Only thing we married to, bro, is our money. These contracts, we don't care about these hoes. We don't care about, man. We pass them around, man. We make money off them, bro. And we don't care about these contracts. We married to our money. Up, down, doesn't matter. We play it all. But for me right now, nah, I'm not looking for puts. I'm looking for a call shot. Until the market structure for today and overall changes, um, I'm gonna go from there. All right, so they're burning. They're burning. Although they're burning, these aren't doing bad at all. Yo, Joe Gold 6744. What plays are you looking at, man? We here, we uh, we share here. You know, like we don't bottleneck anything. Like it's nothing to hide. Nothing, no reason to hide. Not scamming. Mm. Oh, well, you got two options here: explode the green or fade choppy, and back to 678 by end of day. We range bound to the lows. Bitcoin already pumping back up. Well, maybe you can catch some of that ride. She keeps going to keep running on this abysmal volume. Theta killer. Big time theta killer. The 685s. Yeah, I'm looking at the 685s too. The 685s look good. We're here. The 680. 680. Is this our range right here? This this looks pretty important around there. All right, we have higher lows on that on that time frame. Bonds. I didn't see bonds. Looks like a double top. If you think the bottom is in, calls. If you think the top is in, puts. I think it's that simple. You know, sometimes someone on the forum they write something so simple and so sweet, and it's just that. If you think it's gonna go up, yeah, yeah, it's not moving. Yeah, yeah, it's just theta. They're just burning some theta right now. I think the overall move is going to be up, but they just got to burn time because they just can't run it up, up, up. Like they just can't run it in one direction. That's why usually this time I like to watch a movie, a stock related movie, stock market related movie. I really enjoy documentaries in general. Uh, some movies are uh, they have some movies that are YouTube friendly, but I think I kind of want to watch the market kind of close, so maybe we can look for a movie or uh, a documentary. Let's look for something good. Let's look for good. Something I didn't see before. System of Money floored. This is my favorite documentary right here. Have you seen this? Because I gawk over this all the time because it is just so good. I just see myself. All right, we're gonna watch this. I just see myself in this documentary just so freaking much. Like this is me. Like, and then like I don't know. Who do you see yourself as in this documentary? Thousand people were on the trading floors. Oh my god. 10,000 people. I want this to be a trading floor. That's what I ultimately want to do with this channel. You know, I want, you know, to make call outs. I want other people to make call outs. We all can make money together. You know, no paywalls.
I remember they were throwing paper in the air and it was just this mayhem. I looked at him, I said, well, what's going on? And he said, well, you know, this is where they work, this is what they do. This is what happens every day.
I was just like thrilled. I was like, this is something I'd never seen before. You know, eyes got wide. I was like,
everybody looked like they were in a riot. But
I love this so much.
And I just had to be part of it.
Like, this is a personality trait. Like, you gotta be born with this.
Back to my workplace and gave 2 weeks notice without having a contact, without knowing how I was gonna get on the floor. I just knew this was where I needed to be. I needed to be on the floor. That's a bad bitch right there, bro. She said, yo, she seen that money, she seen whatever. She said, yo, I don't care. This is where I need to be. That's a bad bitch right there, yo. I'm gonna try not to talk.
The biggest pits in the world are here in Chicago. The Chicago Mercantile, the Board of Trade, Board Option Exchange, even the Chicago Stock Exchange.
If you have to leg into the trades, leg into them.
No
don't go crazy.
9,000 pit traders.
You know, because we don't know the direction we're going to go. So just one contract at a time. And then when it goes up 20, 30%, and you think that's the more that channel to go, and then you add on, you know, and definitely trade the channels. You see how we're going up. We have higher lows. This is good for this channel. You see, we're going up. This is just up. This is up too fast. Up too fast. That's what you see. They brought it down, and we're going up. Too fast. Too fast. Too much. So this is bullish. This is very bullish. We rinsed this. We got it. You know,
and it's a very competitive environment. I know the guys on the trading
this
desks
looks
in
bullish.
New York are also very competitive, but it's not physical. Chicago, it's physical.
Chicago CBOE.
It was based on gentlemen's rules. It was based on integrity, honesty, mutual respect. But the business in the pit was the furthest thing from gentlemen's rules. I mean, you saw the worst in everyone.
You're going to see a lot of familiar faces, by the way.
Spits on your face.
Like that guy.
You know, somebody gets inadvertently stabbed.
This guy.
Or somebody steps on your foot or spits on you, like I said. And it's like something that you don't even really address. It's like completely, you're immune to it. It's like, it's silent, it's quiet in the chaos.
I mean, I won't fuck with that, you know, but I love the chaos, you know. I think there's beauty in chaos.
The physicality in the pit was ridiculous. We got to the point.
And if you find that beauty in whatever's chaotic, then you find magic.
The opening bell, we could pick our feet up.
That's what options
off
are.
The ground and not fall.
But they're a living, breathing animal. Fix is down. You see, that's bullish. That's really bullish. A slow grind is bullish. We want a nice slow grind. We don't want to go up too fast.
the open outcry
because then we're gonna
process
blow our load.
is, you know, 80% bravery. I mean, it's a perspiration game. You have to have.
You see Rick Santelli.
Some are brilliant. Some are totally eccentric. Some are totally nerdy. Some are just flagrant jerks.
At the Board of Trade, the
This is my guy.
interview process that I had.
I aspire to be him.
And I remember the one.
I might look him up. I'm gonna see who he is today.
I want to make a lot of money and leave.
But you never found an ad in the paper. You know, it was all people who trusted you. Found a friend of the family, got you on there because you were sharp or you had potential.
I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago.
You're going to see yourself.
My older brother's 4 years old.
There's going to be a couple people that they show. You're going to see yourself. If you're a trader,
I'd be really interested in it.
you're going to see yourself.
I played sports in college, and my brother said that
You're going to say,
trading in
oh
general is kind
man,
of like
this guy
sports.
is just like me, or I'm just like that guy, or oh my God, I do that, I did that. And then there's this other stuff. It's going to get scary,
like 20
actually.
touchdown pass in Michigan Stadium with 100,000
Look yourself in the
people
mirror after
cheering.
this. Look yourself in the mirror after this documentary.
I mean, it's insane.
Look in your soul.
It's not a normal job. I mean, it's not a normal job where you're not getting a salary every 2 weeks. You don't have this health plan. You
Oh,
don't have
that's
your
cool. They got.
401k. I mean,
They have to go
do it
pick up their
yourself.
jackets. That's cool. They got like personal
When you've had a
jackets.
taste of the money, you don't want to go back to be in the corporate world.
That's
I mean,
facts.
I just couldn't see myself working for a firm and just getting reamed on by a boss. Probably, I seriously, I'd probably tackle him or something. I'd be like, you know, who are you?
This is Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's my acronym. This is my brother's first album, The Endless Summer. And I got it for, you know, colorful reasons.
Colorful reasons.
You got two little groups. You got your Southsiders, you got your Northsiders, you got the Jewish clique, you got the Irish clique, you got the Italian clique. I'm Polish. I don't think we have a clique. You got to mesh and find your niche.
All right, this
There's
is
a lot of
important
uneducated
levels.
people, which doesn't
81,
matter. You know, the
83. This
uneducated
is
people have a
important.
tendency, too, to make good money.
81, 86.
When you're in there from
83, this is important.
It's all about money. One guy's misery is one guy's, you know, profit.
This is it. I might buy some insurance right here.
Sad to say,
I don't
but
know.
that's true. Not that I take advantage of that.
It wouldn't be the worst.
But maybe I would.
By the
And
middle
this
of
is
the
how you can
19th
hedge your
century,
play right
Chicago
here,
was
because we hit the
emerging
top
as the
end.
transportation hub of America. Trade routes by rail and water converged on the city, giving birth to its famous stockyards and slaughterhouses, and a town hall market that would later become known as the world's first modern futures exchange. On April 3rd, 1848, 83 merchants founded the Chicago Board of Trade. Futures trading provided
Chicago
an
Board of
opportunity
Trade.
for buyers and sellers to manage their risk against unpredictable price fluctuations. Too many cattle this year? Well, the beef prices are low. Drought in the Midwest? The corn prices go higher. If both the buyer and the seller can agree on a price ahead of time, we call this a futures contract. This agreement allows them the opportunity to protect themselves against paying too much or selling for too little. So who are all these guys yelling and screaming, and what are they doing?
Liquidity.
As the exchange grew in popularity, at times there'd be more sellers than buyers, or a demand with no one there to meet it. Entrepreneurs saw an opportunity to take advantage of this imbalance, working in the middle as both buyer and seller. This allowed them to profit by speculating with their own money
That's
while
the
filling
market
a vital
maker.
need for market liquidity, or the ease with which goods can be bought or sold in the marketplace. These early speculators became known as local traders.
That's why you want to make sure the contracts that you buy with whatever company or something is actually liquid. Because not every contract for every company is going to be liquid.
Energy, currencies, bonds, and stock indexes, attracting more interest than ever before. Soon,
It's okay if you have experience with contracts and everything. Then I would say yeah, but even then, they're probably for like long-term holds and everything. You can probably put like leaps on there. I don't know about like day trading, but it depends on what's fast and efficient for you. I do have as you can see, a TD Ameritrade account up there. I also have Fidelity. Fidelity is nice. I don't think Wait, no, Fidelity does have an app.
30 on 2.
It was a live auction
40 on 2.
where the
This
price
is
of
important.
the commodity that you were trading was determined by who would pay the highest and who would sell it at the lowest price. When I would pay 5 and someone else would be willing to sell it at 5, we would have a match.
This is pretty much the derivatives that we trade, like our contracts. Our contracts are derivatives. Because it's coming off of a price of another item. The S&P 500 is all those items. All right, here we go, right here. This is important. All right, we have new higher day right here.
Saying, you know, I bought some
All right, this is kind of big. 1143.
And then we'd write it on our cards.
New higher day.
We'd end up handing in our cards to our clerks, and the clerks would take it to our clearinghouse.
Yellow coats were designated for clerks. Other than that, all the different colors and different designs that you see down there was to make you stand out among the crowd. There were guys that had checkered jackets, red, white, and blue jackets. Anything that made you stand out in your area of the pit because you needed to be seen.
It's a misunderstanding that traders manipulate the price, that they're responsible for prices going up or down, and it's completely false. The supply and demand drives that. If there's too little supply and demand is high, well, prices are going up. If there's too much supply and demand is flat, prices are going down. The traders are just in the middle. All they're doing is catching something for 1/10 of a penny and passing it on hundreds or thousands of times a day.
What's actually funny, because when you first come down here, it's overwhelming. You can't figure anything out. And quickly you kind of discover, well, that guy's a broker, and he's an order filler, and well, he's a big trader. All of a sudden, people take on this personality, so you get an idea of what's happening. Well, then you get some confidence and some, arrogance, and you decide that you're going to do this because you've been practicing, and you think that's really when the learning starts.
Pretty much.
So that's when you realize how incredibly complex and oftentimes scary and difficult and hard it is. These guys are professionals.
Bro, it's so hard.
Every day to go in.
And then that's how you realize there's so many fake traders out here. There's so many fake YouTubers out here. It's like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man.
Very, very scary.
Oh my God, people are so fake.
How many customers?
Oh my God, people are so fake.
And it dawns on you.
It is crazy. It just blows my mind. And people listen to that shit.
And so, in a lot of ways, I'm a hedge fund manager. My
People-
whole family's worth money.
I like this guy.
And they trust me not to fuck up.
I want to be like him. I don't give a fuck. I want to be like him. So which is best? Weeble good? Weeble's okay. This is Weeble right here. I don't do too much trading. I don't do any trading on Weeble, actually. I just use Weeble for the charts because it's really good. Since I'm trading, I don't want to use the mouse, and I don't want to have to rely on my PC for like time and everything and the Wi-Fi. So I trade on my phone on Robinhood because it's nice and fast. Robinhood, easy interface to understand, but it comes down to what works for you. Yeah, big time. Weeble is great. They didn't have fees as well. Yeah, but the fees are like really, really smart, really, really cheap. Definitely look for the fees. Definitely look at the fees.
There are guys that have 2,000 lots on.
Because although you're dealing with digital contracts, there's a weight. There's a literal weight that these contracts hold, and that's what you have to pay on. There's a literal weight.
Contracts at a time, your risk was limited. If you went and took on the market and bought everything available, your risk was enormous. There were traders that went into the pit every day and risked a house.
It wasn't unusual for guys to be making 20, 30 grand a day. It wasn't unusual for them to be losing 10, 20, 50,000 a day. And
Yeah,
a lot of times
you
do
play
that
big.
on one trade.
Whether people like to admit it or not, this is a form of gambling. How is it not? If you buy a stock, you're buying the idea that that stock's going up, right? I mean, that's what we do, and options are the same way. I mean, there is a gambling mentality
This guy's
to
good
what
too.
we do down there. It's gambling to go
He's
down
brilliant.
there every day because you are risking something.
but the rewards were phenomenal. If you took the biggest risk, you're either going to get crushed or you're going to be the happiest man on campus this afternoon.
I think somebody once said that floor trading offered blue-collar guys a chance to get
I'm sorry.
into the big
I watch the documentary like once a week to keep me grounded. You're gonna see
Client
why
trading only has
to
two
keep you
purposes.
grounded.
One, to make a lot of money. Two,
Listen to this guy.
manage a lot of money.
Listen to
And
every fucking word he
the faster
says.
you make big money, the faster you can do things with your life. And I think that's what it's allowed me to do. The numbers for successful guys are fleeting because you're only as good as your last trade. It's what you don't lose. It really is. I mean, there's been guys who've made more money than me, but for some reason or another, it was taken away. And so I think the more successful trader is the guy who can keep it for, you know, to the 10th, to the 9th race.
It's not how much you make. It's
The
how
good
much you
traders
can
know
keep.
when to make money and leave. I tell you, I went to work every day. And when I wasn't at work, I was a miserable human being. I mean, without a doubt, I wanted to be back at work because I knew how much money you could make.
Pretty much. This is how I feel.
And so when I go away
That's
on
exactly how I feel.
it didn't matter what I spent because I knew I was losing more not being at work.
That's exactly how I feel.
then
And
somebody said, "But
I'm
you
trying to
could be losing
teach like other people and get like other people and family members like into the stock market. Because if they just understood and seen what I seen, like I showed them big money before, I showed them big but
I would watch these
like that stuff doesn't really
my pit.
show people that they can do it. Although I showed them that I did it and I can do it. But man, oh man, because the more money you have in the stock market, the easier it is. You know, if you got 10,000 bucks, there's stuff that you can do that'll just make you just easy money. Easy money. No thought behind it. If you got 60 grand, easy money. You know, easy. I mean, easy money. You know, when I got up to like 10 grand, I catapulted from 10 grand to like 30 grand in no time. Because I started putting all those strategies and everything I implemented. All those videos I made inside my YouTube,
My brother's a
they're fucking crazy.
anesthesiologist. My assistant is 3 years.
Hey, let me pause this. Those videos I have inside my YouTube, they're fucking ridiculous. They made me a lot of fucking money. I only had a couple $1,000s coming into the stock market, you know, a few years ago. You know, then a very short time, like less than a year, I hit like over 100K. It's nasty what you can do. Okay, like nasty.
Out of college.
Really just learned by watching the most successful people in the world.
Well,
everything can be
we want to listen to everything he says.
Being around the best traders in the free world.
You see, let's go back more.
I wasn't at work. I was a miserable human being. I mean, without a doubt, I wanted to be back at work because I knew how much money you could make. And so when I go away on vacation,
I remember one day I went away on vacation, and I was like writing contracts and everything. So I'm on the beach, right? And I'm just raking in all this money on the fucking beach. My contract just like explode. Like it just felt so good. It was like wow, like wow. You know, I'm playing in the sand. You know, with my kid. You know, some flip flops and everything. The sun just bouncing off my skin. And you know, I get to vibrate on my phone and I look.
That determines how much money you have at the end of the year. I would watch these bigger traders and I go, how do they handle the stress of having a losing trade? What do they do when they had a losing trade? I literally just learned by watching the most successful people in the world.
Certainly the numbers that come out of these places, how much money people make, can be staggering.
Yeah, my assistant, who's pretty junior, she makes a little bit more than my brother does. My brother's a cardiac anesthesiologist. My assistant is 3 years out of college and likes to drink beer.
He likes to drink beer.
You had a bunch of young kids making more money than they knew what to do with, and they found things to do with it.
This guy's on TV.
You know, I mean, anything that you can think of that you could abuse yourself with, that was part of the lifestyle.
I fucking
love it.
There
were 5 guys that rented
I fucking love
a
it.
bus to take them to Michigan golfing. They hired a couple girls to go on the bus with them. And by the time it wasn't me. I want that out.
I fuck with that guy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because well, you don't know, but I'm pretty eccentric myself. I love to live. I love life. I love women. I love fun. And I love money.
Primary
and I love
over-the-counter
women.
customer base was made up of traders. They're fun
And I
guys.
love fun.
They're just fun to be around, and they're also they're nuts. They're crazy.
Cigar bars are cool. I went to a
I
really
had a
cool
customer who
cigar bar
rang him up and it was
in Florida.
$172. He said, "What kind of number is that? $172? Make it 100 or 200. One or two." I said, "Well, which should I make it?" And he said, "I don't know. Let's flip a coin." So I flipped a coin. He called it. He lost $200. We did this every time he came in. For 3 years, he never won. We had customers flipping coins. He wanted to inspect coins. He never won. Every time. It was like 2 or 3. I'd just say, "What do you want to make the spread?" He would do that. He never won. Every time he would overpay, he'd take the money out of his pocket, slam it on the counter, and leave.
That's
Loved
sick.
the game.
That's sick.
Loved the game.
So I come from a poker
Joey
background.
called me and said he
Poker
wanted me to
player,
deliver some
poker dealer,
cigars over to
supervisor,
Vietnam. He'd
open
meet me
casinos,
there.
all that type of stuff.
He
Travel.
told me to bring 100.
WSOP, all
I
that
went
stuff.
over there and he met me and
So
brought
there's
me
a
100
mentality
floor.
that comes
I
along
knew
with
a lot of
poker
guys 'cause
players,
I was doing
and that's
business with
definitely a
them. Some guys
mentality
across
right there.
the pit were like going like this.
We high gamble,
And
gamble,
so
gamble.
Joe said they want a cigar. Throw a cigar to them. So I reach in the box and I throw a cigar across the pit, and the guys are reaching up and grabbing the cigars. So I threw them everywhere. I was just throwing cigars all the way across the pit, and whoever it is that's responsible for security in the pit or whatever it is came up to me, and as he approached me, he said, "I'm the guy who's supposed to throw you out of here." And he said, "But I'm not going to. Can I have a cigar?"
I like that guy. That guy, I can tell he has like stories for days. That guy.
It's like, okay,
I like
just
that
hit him.
guy.
When you watch those guys coming off the floor, I mean, you could see their moods. You could tell good days, bad days. You got, like life-changing days. We saw those days.
Life-changing
But
days.
it was palpable. I mean, this was not like
Positive
5 o'clock and
life-changing
everybody
days.
punches out and walks out of the office.
Everyone can have a negative day, negative life-changing day.
Every time you make money trading, it's like applause, but only you hear it because
Facts.
everybody else in that pit is rooting against you. You're competing next to folks for every single trade, and the fastest person, whoever says,
We're
"Buy
not
'em,"
competing there.
whoever says that first gets the trade. And your neighbor sitting right here next to you needs them as bad as you need them. He needs to make his mortgage payment. He needs to put the kids through school, but you're going to bury him. You'll tear out his liver because you heard that broker say sold, and that guy's right there next to you. He needs them, and you just said, "Buy them." And he said, "How many did I get?" And you're like, "None."
Good friend of mine said long ago, he said, if you want a friend, get a dog. You don't have friends in the pit.
Most of the people can set aside their differences outside of business. But sometimes when the almighty dollar gets involved, people don't care.
I've seen guys yell and scream and say nasty things, ungodly things. That's what helps them trade. Yeah, and they probably don't like you anyway. True, that's true. They probably truly don't like you. There's no doubt about that. If they had a chance to, they would hit you if they could.
There will be fights in the pits. No one's
Look at
proud
this.
of that.
This was
but
crazy.
You will see people go at
I
it.
mean, we have
There was a
equal
lot of
highs
fighting
here,
over
then we
who
have a
did the
higher
trade.
high
Did you do it, or did the guy next to you trade
right
with
here.
you?
1149
One guy
higher high.
thought that he made the market. Someone took his trade. Finally, the guy lost his cool, ran over, and bit the guy in the nose.
I was just under 6'3" and weighed 255 pounds, and I had little guys that would come up and berate me. Guys would literally look at you and say, "You're a fucking idiot. I can't believe you do that fucking trade." You'd look at them and go, "You gotta be kidding me." First of all, it was a good trade. That's why you're mad. And second of all, shut up.
And I think the guys that want to
Hey,
strangle you
shut
after
up.
every trade,
Look how big this guy is.
Shut up. First of all, I can't believe
Look
you
how
do
big
that
this guy
fucking
is.
trade. You'd look at him and go, "You gotta be kidding me." First of all, it was a good trade.
Look,
That's
this guy
why
is
you're
too
mad.
nice. He will
And
fuck
second of
somebody
all,
up.
Shut up.
and I think the guys that want to strangle you after every trade,
He doesn't look
You
like a
kinda
dork,
enjoy
that dude. It
you
looked
want
like
to do that again and again.
he's just
because that means
he's
you're
just
doing something
nice.
right.
He just so happened to be 6'2",
That was the famous line on Chicago.
fucking 300
"You wanna meet out
pounds,
by the
and he's
horse."
good with
So you have this
numbers.
great big horse statue.
And
that
he's got
sits
some
out
gamble
front.
in him.
That's where everybody would, if they would actually go down, they would have a group of hundreds following them.
So this is
I look at
bullish.
him, he
This is
looks
really
at me.
bullish. This is
Yeah, let's go
coming.
fucking outside.
I mean, it'd be
We're
nice for
walking
us to
out,
feel God, but you know,
motherfucker
green,
turns around,
no, red, green.
cracks me
Yeah,
right in
we're
the
just down.
fucking face, hard.
You want that to
I
feel,
go, a
then,
real
then
fucking
go.
fight, huh? He swings at me again.
This
and
guy.
I duck, and his
This guy's
hand
crazy.
goes through the fucking window.
He lived a
And
life.
The blood is spurting out like a geyser. He goes, Mike, take me to the hospital. I look at him, I go, I think it's fucking too late.
A lot of us have come from no education backgrounds.
He said,
really, other than high
I think
school.
it's too
You know,
late.
we all started trading young.
He gets into a fight with a guy. The guy
I made
punches a glass.
$2.5 million.
Glass caught in his hand,
5
and he's
days of
like, "Yo, bro, take me to the hospital." He said, "Too late."
It's a pure business in theory, but you know when there's so much money and things like that laying around, you know you actually see.
This guy's the nuts. He's
what
actually the
somebody's
nuts.
Really like.
He's like the
You
Godfather.
Go in there and try to be somewhat pure, and that's what I think I am. I'm a pure trader, but I love the trading, but I hate the people. These are fun. This thing's on rollers. So
Look
you
at
know
this
you're
guy.
twisted when you do shit like this. You got problems. They're so big you can't believe it till you come up to them and see how big an animal is. You know, they think, oh, it's a giraffe. Everything's dangerous in Africa. Everything. Because everything's used to being eaten. When I go there, there's always stories of somebody dying or getting
This is
murdered
ugly.
by some
This isn't
animal
cute.
all the time.
I don't like this.
See, they give you a list of, they call it a menu. It's got animals on it, and next to it are price tags.
Those 84s
So
were
you
good.
look at something. It's like when you go out, you
Those
say, okay,
83s are
there's
looking
$2,000,
bad. I
there's
mean,
1,000.
yeah, the
You
84s,
shoot
85s.
Like we scope our
If you're
rifles
looking
in
at
on
it, they are
baboons because they're only
going
50
down
bucks.
more and more.
Lion
I
hunters
don't know
a
if I want to be a
ripoff.
part of that.
It's like the fucker that let the thing out of the fucking cage and I shot it. That's the feeling I had. Yeah, it wasn't right. Where the rhino was the complete opposite. I always said it was the last time I was happy when I got charged by that rhino.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just not any fun. Unless you can die.
There's the rhino head. Isn't that
You need a
insane?
caliber for those big animals.
12 years ago.
Wesley Richards. Oh, fun. The beauty of hunting is that it doesn't involve the merc. Doesn't involve my partners. It's just me and it's something that wants to get away from me. In this business, you have to be a street kid and a business person because there's too much money involved. 25 years of trading, it is really a living hell if you're not one of them. And I've never been one of them. The whole power of the 150 years of the futures industry in Chicago, which where it started, has always been the broker. The broker is the one that has the orders that come in for all outside customers. If you're in with that guy, you can count on making a living every day of your life. It's a game. You know, it's who you know, who you grew up with, who you married, who's your friend, all that shit. I would have been way more successful, way more. I couldn't even tell you if I could bite my tongue and learn to play the game a little bit, like dress like this every day when I'm in my 20s.
I'll be back. I have to make a phone call.
I was a fucked up little jagoff. Look at this, motherfuckers. The beauty of trading when it's really going, it's a rhythm. You're just doing your thing. Problem is when it slows down sometimes, you start thinking why I should do this trade, why I should buy these, why I should sell that. And anytime anybody thinks, you're usually pretty fucked. I call the market a big whore. The market is a whore. It's out to fuck
as many people as it can. That's its job.
It may not go against you fast at first, so you'll take a little heat, because it'll go against you a little bit, and then all of a sudden it goes a little more and a little more, and you kind of get like it feels like a hypnotism sort of thing, where you get caught in this downward spiral. You know it's a loser. You've confirmed that it's a loser. Just sitting there looking at the prices go further and further against you, and it just feels almost like sometimes you can't get out.
Say you're down like $12,000. You're like, I should walk out of here. I should realize, I'm past my limit and walk out of here. What's the next thing you do? You're like, well, what the hell? Just, I'll buy a couple more. And then wham, it goes again. And the thing that goes through your head is like, all right, how much am I losing right now? There goes a car. There goes a house. It's like someone hitting you in the balls, never ending. It's like wham, wham. It's like, okay.
Nobody can get you down the amount of money that you're going to be down the day. Only you can do that. And it's funny when you see something happen to somebody else.
It's very, very public. And so those guys that saw you lose money will probably, twist that knife in your side and say, boy, they looked pretty good an hour ago, didn't they, Pete?
It's a vindictive crowd. It really is.
All right.
There's a joke that we always used to say when you go on the floor, you've got the scan card. You've got to scan your way in.
It sucks that move
If you
came,
scan it and you look down and
I
the light's
was
red, the guy behind you is like, ooh,
gone.
bad day yesterday? Or how you looking there? You're like, oh, no, it's good. You're like, come on. And it goes green. You're like, all right, yes. They're alive for another day.
There were a lot of times when the markets got very volatile that you wouldn't see a guy the next day. And you knew he lost what he could lose.
Valentine's Day.
You see yourself yet?
1994.
You find yourself?
I had a little position on in the yen. The Japanese and the Americans were trying to make a trade deal, and they kept extending the deadline. And finally, they said
This is
there's
a
not
lower
going to be
high.
a deal. So when we walked in on that Monday, our market was limit up. So that position immediately was like 40,000 against me. And it was rallying. It's $1,000 a point. So every time it rallied 1 point higher, I lost another $1,000.
That's sick.
Well, it rallied 100 points.
That's sick.
It was $150,000.
Oh my God.
It was pretty crushing, the feeling of despair where, oh my God, I've lost everything. We had basically moved back in with my parents.
In one trade.
Ready? Tee number 1. I think we should walk over this way. So I went out and got a job as a clerk, making, $400 a week. At one point, my wife was drunk and, she said, hey, you're nothing but a fucking clerk. I think she really expected bigger and better things. Okay, I'll play that one. What's really nice is when the weather's a little warmer, but it's too cold for everybody else, you get the whole course to yourself. When the split came, it was pretty devastating for me. I hugged my kids. That kind of kept me going. It was like, well, I can't just give up now because they're depending on me. All I know is that when I was a little kid, I wanted to be a dad. From earliest childhood, I had a lot of brothers and I wanted to be a father. You know how to use that? Okay. Well, you just go to the bank and put it in, punch in that number when it asks. It's going to ask you what you want to do. You want to checking, withdrawal, and then punch in the number, how much. Okay? When you put the card in, you put the card in and you take it out. Just leave it in there.
Gas with the
With the card? No, get cash and pay cash. All right?
When I was in preschool, he came in and spoke to our class, I remember, and he just had everyone stand up and yell as loud as they could. And that was basically what I figured he did all day. I didn't really know.
That's crazy.
It's rough. Our markets are real thin, and it was just a tough week. By the end of the week, I was asking people, you know, how are you doing? How's it going in there for you? And every one of them was just like, it's brutal. It's brutal in there. I'm on with 3 brokers, so I have 1 broker on my right, 1 on my left, and I'm on the headset with a 3rd broker. Sometimes I have to flip the headset and say, hey, you know, can you hang on a second? I'm getting my asshole ripped open right here. I'll get right back to you as soon as I get, you know, it's like that. The lottery is like $320 million right now. So I bought a ticket for that. When I played lottery before, when I was married before, I always would buy the ticket thinking, you know, I really
we have a new high day.
hope that I don't win. Because I felt like it would change my life. I just felt like
New high day, 1208.
it would change my life to where I wouldn't be happy. Well, I'll take the chance now.
I'll take the chance now. That's some real shit.
And you
New
will have a
high
big
of
loss.
day.
And it's how fast did you cut your losses when you started to incur those big losses. And then
Facts.
hopefully you didn't have something like a drug addiction,
Trump.
an alcohol
Oh,
addiction,
God.
Which break traders
I
down.
said Trump.
And there was an incident where somebody had dropped drugs, yet nobody, and everybody's looking at it, and nobody would pick it up because nobody wanted to,
You know, this
be
motherfucker,
incriminated
look at
by
this.
what was going on. So everybody's sitting there looking at the drugs, nobody would pick it up.
Drugs and alcohol is a horrible stereotype of this business. I think that the high-strung type A people, gravitate towards that, whether it's this industry or the sports industry or the film industry or insurance. It doesn't matter. I mean, those people, I think, that's a functionality of the personality, not necessarily the industry.
This guy, watch this guy. Oh, look at this guy. Oh my God.
You know, they hit me at the Merc, by the way. All I know is when I first walk in, every mother, can I say fucker, has a Rolex on their hand. And it's and I'm like, looking at it.
Greg Rebo.
That's all I could think about when I first started trading. It really got more on their wrist than I got in my account. I thought it was just like, you know what, I could beat these guys. And I swear to God that 99% still don't get it. When you win, you start betting less. Bet more. I mean, there's one roll that you can make $100,000 off. Let it ride. If you roll 3 6s in a row, let it ride. Let it, the winner's ride.
Dude, all because he's an alcoholic
Money gets
doesn't
you
mean
super
he's
checks.
like
I'm talking,
all
I
wrong.
fucked the Playmate. Isn't that what every guy's fucking dream is?
This guy's a fucking maverick. He's just
Right?
something happened.
The only thing about trading is
Look at this.
just don't lose money. When you lose money, it changes everything. You can't keep going losing money and expect to live the same life. Somehow God or somehow some spiritual thing just whacks you. Or you want to buy something expensive because you've made it and you've made enough money to buy it. You start losing every day. You buy a house, can't make any money anymore. You go on an expensive vacation, but as soon as you say you're over the hump, I don't know.
How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that?
I didn't have to. Make money every day.
Did you make money every day?
For a long time, yes.
What happened? You don't trade now. Do you trade now?
Cut.
Oh, that's so cool.
2 or 3-year-old men on the steps of the pit at the end of a crazy day.
He's such a functional alcoholic.
That leaves a heck of an
But
impression.
he's brilliant. You can just listen to him.
Men that,
But something happened to the guy. Like,
they had
What
They were
happened to them?
first.
Formed
They
the
were some of the pioneers. They
Man.
had built huge fortunes, and they were just the wrong way on a day where
God, that's so
it
cool.
mowed them down.
But so sad.
Because of what can happen and how much money they can lose at a rapid pace, the stress level was too much
So
for some of the
crazy.
guys who actually took their own lives. And these guys were married with kids. So you're talking about enormous amounts of stress, and they just couldn't look their wife in the eyes anymore, or their children. And it's pretty brutal, really brutal.
A couple months ago, I told myself I'm leaving the floor.
So here goes
I definitely wanna leave the
2008.
floor. My overhead is
This is
insane.
around the crash.
My gross profit was really, it was always growing. And then just over the past year, last year, for example, over less than half of what I made the year before. 8:30 opens, like the stock exchange, everything, all cash opens at 8:30. The trade was at 7:30 because the unemployment number came out at 7:30. And so I missed
Unemployment.
that move.
This is why we don't
which
play
if
those
I was
data
on the
numbers or
computer,
anything like that.
I would have had a chance of trading the number and probably been done at 8 o'clock. Instead, you know, I got to stick around and wait for a move later on in the day, hopefully.
You see, that's why we like to trade the early trade. The early trade is a nice, easy trade, winnable trade. Later on, it could be more profitable, but it's harder. Harder to hit.
I don't know. You can just tell by my coat too. It's faded just like the floor.
There isn't this floor trader presence like there was. It used to be that there was a couple thousand guys, I don't know the numbers, that were trading in the pits.
We had as much as 500 people in the pit when I was there in the 80s. Now there may be 50 guys in the pit. And a lot of the business has gone to electronic trading.
The internet became very commonplace in the 90s. And the speed at which the information was learned by all
Japanese
players in the
candlesticks.
marketplace became so fast. Everyone got all the information at the same time.
The trading industry started to go with the information industry and went side by side with that. They wanted to be able to trade instantly when the news came out.
And as they've leveled the playing field, the people in the pits have lost a lot of their advantage.
The computer brings in so much girth that there is no need for individuals to bring liquidity anymore.
Well, in the old days, it would trade 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and a lot of trading would take place between 5 and 10. Nowadays, the market instantaneously changes price from 5 to 10, and there's nothing in the middle. And as the markets have gotten more sophisticated, the customers know where things should trade.
The traders in the pit that just
We know what the market should do, but it's not going to do what it should do. Is pretty much what he's saying right there.
The opportunities aren't there like they used to be in the pits.
You could see it in the NASDAQ. The volume started to drift away from the pit. There would be less volume, and I was spending more in commission trading with the box, as I call the box, the computer. The most vile invention in the world. It is just a disgusting thing. In the 70s, I was on Wall Street. I was at the discos, late night, having fun, and I was a trader. And it was immediate gratification because you'd come in the morning, you'd have money in your account. The next thing you know, oh geez, I just made $1,000. Let's go out and have some cocktails. And we were sky high for 20 years.
That's crazy.
Should have retired, but I didn't. Back to America. I grew up in the
Making
late 50s,
$1,000 a day back in the 80s,
computer games.
90s.
I don't have that ability. I'm 51 years old and it's killing me.
Typical weekend. I get done with work on Friday. I come home and relax. My kids get out of school. I'll give you guys a little squirt over here.
Makes you begin to question, can I still trade? Am I a trader?
Look at that house.
It's one of my favorite shirts.
The last 5 years have been very hard
We certainly don't mention finances in front of the children.
Hmm.
You got to tighten up the belt strings. So we just we like the sale rack. We like the values. The pits are what made Chicago a banking center.
50% off.
It is a travesty that they are hell-bent on going computerized when the system works as it is. They just want to get rid of it and forget about it. Have to wait another year until one of these guys gets marked down until the clearance. And it would have been the best power washer ever. But patience is a virtue.
The computers
They ain't get paid
really
for none. They're like, no,
changed
we're not
the
putting up
dynamics.
nothing.
You don't need market makers anymore. Yes, they're in the pit, but they're not necessarily making a living the same way they did maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and definitely not the same living they made, 20 years ago. Okay, what do we see here? See, here's the depressing part of a computer. They are the thinnest of the thin in terms of people. Trillions of dollars change hands every day on the online platform and Globex, big numbers. But the pits, no. Why? Because there's huge bids, there's huge offers, there's no space in between them. Easy for the computers to match up. When there's a bid of 3 and an offer of 4 and it's 20 zillion up, you really don't need a lot of human outcry to add liquidity, which is what humans do best.
You got to realize 95% now of all global markets are electronic. I don't think you can find any pits overseas. The grains, coffee, cocoa, sugar, the softs, everything's switched over to electronic.
You'll have algorithms that says I want to buy them at this level, sell them at this level. If I'm taking a profit, I want it to be this much. If I'm taking a loss, I want it to be this much.
And trailing stops and stop losses. That's what he's
pumping in
explaining.
bids and offers all day against other computers.
Now what you have is only program traders. These people, if you don't write a program and you don't have it set to kick in at different intervals, you can't trade it. I have not figured it out. Consequently, I've gone into the cattle pit. 2 years I've been standing in the cattle pit. We still have paper. They're trying to infect us with the virus. The customers, however, like talking to their brokers, and it's the last of the open outcry.
People still do like talking to their brokers. You call Robinhood, they're going to pick up.
I think one of the biggest reasons some of those cowboys made so much money was that they were excellent at reading people. You're picking up the clues of the broker's faces, you're listening to the volume, you're hearing the noise. You can determine the fear level in the marketplace. But when it changes to the screen, you just see prices, you see numbers flashing back and forth.
This is the life and the times of an upstairs trader. We just sit here with no exercise. You have to understand that I was in this incredibly stimulating environment of being on the trading floors for a number of years. I think there were 4 women on the entire exchange floor, and it's like you're down there sink or swim, you're in there with a pit of guys, all sweaty armpits and everything, and I'm just trying to open my mouth to buy or sell a 1 lot. That's how I started. That's our exercise for the day.
Oh, 1 lot.
So
That's
to then
funny.
go to an upstairs office where you have none of that, no sensory input whatsoever, and it's a learning curve too, because it's like an old dog trying to learn new tricks here, You make your share of mistakes and, I didn't mean to hit buy, I meant to hit sell, Little kids grow up with these computer games and just take it for granted. It takes a while to learn. If you're trading multiple markets, it's impossible to monitor all this stuff technically for more than, say, 1 or 2 markets at a time. My eyes are right there. This is all for show and tell.
That's funny.
You think you can humanly process all this gobbledygook you are crazy. It's like right there.
She's right.
I'm just looking at the last price. So 99% of the time, I'm just watching those go from plus 25 to plus 30 to plus 25. And that's about it.
Would you rather watch a football game on your HD with a camera giving you all the action, that's open outcry, or would you rather have that camera just focused on the scoreboard the entire game? That's electronic trading. That's the way they look at it. And there's something to be said for that.
You know, we always were trying to see who can get the fastest edge. Now it's nanoseconds. It's the computer is making that little marketplace that men used to make on their own.
Back in, back in, back in. Back in, back in, back in, back in, back in, back in. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Give us a shot. Let us play. Gold went really deep. It's hard to find a price. I had it, but Jesus, it was too deep. Damn it. Pop, you son of a bitch. Pop. 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 Look at it. Just... It's supposed to be a money machine, but it's a money machine that actually takes your money, too.
Got to remain
Nice trade, Adam.
poised.
Did you get a package, or?
Not left. Yeah, this here, the blue side. These numbers are whoever in the whole world's trading. These are their bids, meaning they want to buy it at that price. This red side's the offers, and we call it the ask. They're asking for you to pay this price.
Go, 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 go. This is good for the farmers. Let's do it for the farmers. Oh, my God. Buy them, buy them, buy them. Just won't go. Man, it's fast, but isn't that fun? I mean, that is fun. It would have been funner if I got the price.
It's my second year trading, and I was waiting for that day I got double digits, and it happened at the beginning of the month. I was pretty stoked about it. Tried being humble about it, because at any given moment that you can do, it'll just take it away from you. It's easy to just enter
Any
a
given
market.
moment.
It's so easy to enter it. All you gotta do is click the mouse, you know? If you're having a good day and you just think like you can kill it still, and then all of a sudden you're chasing it, and then you're losing it, and then you're pissed, and your emotions take over. That's mainly the problems that people have with trading, is controlling their emotion. That's why now people make computer programs and plug them in the market, because it can't get emotional. The emotion's built into the program, but that's already structured. So it's structured to kind of control its losses, and if it's wrong, it gets the fuck out.
The analysts come in, these technical nerds, rotten people that all they're doing is putting logarithms and algorithms and monkey rhythms, who knows? It's a bastardization of the market, because economic news comes out and the market should go one way, and it doesn't. Now, there's only one reason for that. The computer programs are set the other way, and the markets don't react normally. I made money for 18 years in a row, and then I lost money for 3 years in a row because the computer was trading. Now, did the markets change dramatically? No. The market still moves up and down, but the computer makes it impossible for a trader to trade.
The basic principle is that one person should not work with the computer alone. Generally, there should be two programmers who should work in pair. So they constantly, review each other's designs and code.
One person's talking, one person's typing. So like I'm typing, I'm thinking through, and he's saying what's going on.
Reviewing in real time.
Right. So we're adjusting as we're typing.
That becomes.
These people have programs. They say it's a wonderful system. There's no hijinks in it. I think that these people have hacked in and figured out how to run the books. Late at night, somebody's playing the game.
Overnight futures, yep.
Introduce everybody, or sure. We've got Phil, who is a nuclear physicist out of Argonne.
Hello.
And then we have have Raja over here.
Hi, Raja.
A
Pleasure.
nuclear physicist.
Back-end.
Super high-end back-end programmer.
Yeah. This is Rama.
That guy invented the internet.
What are you doing?
Again, back-end, high traffic systems.
He helped create NASA.
I worry.
He is our full-time worrier.
I'm the full-time worrier.
Larry has
Sounds
done
like the
a tremendous
accountant.
job in bridging the gap between technology and the brokerage world. Larry used to work on the floor
That's
himself.
the money.
And has taken all that knowledge he's gained over decades and been able to communicate it to all the developers here.
When we talk about world domination, yeah, you always want to have one of these around.
Most of these people come in the morning, the bell rings, they do their little trading, the bell closes, they go home, but they're not thinking one step ahead, and they're not planning one step ahead. Very few businesses will survive being run that way. Where is your business plan? Where is your forecasting? Which markets are changing? Where is the opportunity?
You see?
Where's the technology?
This
to
is all
take
the prep.
advantage of?
This is the pre-market prep.
They haven't learned to adapt.
This is why you look at the markets
you gotta keep
after
some Darwinism.
after the market. You know, it's just so much that goes along with it, not just
I've
sitting
been wanting
down
to get in the computer,
at
but I've been
9:30.
forcing myself to do.
There's a lot of work
trades I
that goes
shouldn't be
into the different things that I do and other people do.
Trading bigger than I should. Putting more chips on the table when I should be taking away chips. That pit just sucks you into the big contract. And it takes you into that realm where you should be sticking to my guns on what I do, but I get away from that when I'm in the pit. For people who have the money to make the transition, you know, great. But for me, no. Every time I think I'm there, it's like I get slammed. It's just been it's been such an uphill battle right now.
I've seen some of the most successful open outcry floor traders move to the screen and absolutely have zero success.
To be a pit trader and then be trading upstairs in a screen and trying to trade the same way, it's impossible.
A large percentage of my business is working with traders and trading firms. I am a master certified coach and I'm a psychotherapist, and the application in the industry is huge. I deal with individual traders. I help them transition from
You ever
being a
watched
floor
the
trader
show
upstairs
Billions?
trader.
This
I
is
would
the
take your
company's
hand
therapist.
And I would lead you away and say, did you like that? Was that exciting? Great. It's going to go away. But let me show you the next coolest thing. Come on upstairs. And I would take that person to an electronic trading arena and say, this is the future. I mean, you see guys just lose their mojo and they can't trade themselves out of a box. And oftentimes it's just getting them to realize and become self-aware of what changed. Some people make the transition in a matter of months, and some people it takes years. And the difference is primarily how they're coming into my office, the approach that they're coming in with. Are they open to change? Or are they coming with, my life is over? Well, the guy that's coming in, my life is over, we're gonna have a lot more work to do on the front end to get him into a transitional job.
I have a friend that says, nah, I'm gonna go up to his office, he's gonna teach me how to trade spoos. They've got a program. It's blue when you wanna buy and red when you wanna sell. Great. When I was growing up, everything was family. Everything. We had summer vacation for 3 weeks. We'd drive from one AAA motel to the next, and we saw everything. Families nowadays, it's hard raising a kid. They grow up too fast. They're never kids. They're on this computer. They're in this video world. And the family unit is gone. It goes fast, and it's very sad. And I can allude that to open outcry. When we lose open outcry, we've lost an institution.
Did you ever think you'd see that on a door?
Very
huh?
nice, very nice.
This is my little new world.
It's a beautiful world, but it's a computer world. Do you enjoy computer life?
I'll tell you what, I have never been happier.
I hate email. I hate computers.
Well, I don't really know how to respond to that.
I believe open outcry is the most honorable and the most efficient trade in the world.
It's a new game. It's a new world order.
It's a crappy game.
Well, I mean, if you were making a fortune trading electronically, it wouldn't be a crappy game.
I thought he was a therapist.
I wouldn't enjoy it.
There's
But he's just a friend.
misconception that the local trader
'Cause
can
he
no
is
longer
definitely
compete with
psyching him.
the black boxes or the algorithm guys.
I can't.
He's
First of
just
all, they
a
gotta be
really,
right to
really
market
smart
too.
guy.
I've traded for 30 years, and I know markets.
It's a different feel, okay? So it's like
It's not a feel. It's not. That's
let me
my
propose
point.
this analogy. You're a musician, but you're trained in classical music.
Okay.
All of a sudden, does that mean you can't play jazz? That's arrhythmic? That's atonal? Sure, you could. You
You say he's
prefer the
smart.
classical music or whatever it is. The
I
market
love smart
is like
people.
a symphony, and as a musician, you have to be able to play the music that the conductor gives to you, and that's, I think, what the world has evolved to. Every market is volume is dominated by computers.
Not cattle and not hogs.
Okay, I stand corrected. You're right, but that's only a matter of time.
True.
But they have
Futures.
this program where they're bid for 100 every nickel. You hit them some miraculous way. The computer gods. Oh, I bought one. The rest is canceled. Well, where did it go? I don't know. They have better programmers. The people that are making money are the programmers. I say the
He's
computer
probably
is
not
the
off.
worst and the most evil thing of trading that I've ever seen.
It's neutral. If I could convince you of anything after our discussion, I want you to get this idea of somehow this alternative trading modality.
He's just a
is
software
evil.
engineer.
I can't win. I cannot beat the computer.
And that's not the computer's fault. It's not that
Mm.
my competitor is evil. He's better. He's more efficient. If he's following the
Mm.
rules.
It's more devious.
Why is it
They
devious?
do
Why is
have
it-
these programs out there. Trust me when I say these
He
people
just can't. You
are
just don't have the
cheating on the
words.
computer.
All right,
This
let's
is like
talk about
Galileo
cheating.
talking about the stars and the
Some people
moon
have better
thousands
sources.
of years
Some
ago.
people have better servers.
You know,
You
like
want to race your car? You know, get a Ferrari, get a Yugo. It's the same thing. It's just a car. I just want you to know that it's a neutral entity. It has no
I
soul.
disagree.
It has no conscience.
It doesn't. It's evil.
What can I say? You know.
It doesn't have a conscience. It's evil.
And I think
But
what
he's
happened in
not
our
off.
industry is when it did, the open outcry started going away and went to the computer, people were in shock. You know, a lot of my friends left the business and are still looking for another place to go.
When they give me the evaluations, right out here in the 7th floor, the supervisor's office. Everybody's going to the supervisor's office. When they sent me down to the 4th floor, I knew something was wrong. I almost had like an implosion inside. I started to tear. I started, grown man, I kind of knew it. I kind of expected it. You can see that there's not a lot of stuff going on. But for some reason, I thought that I would be able to walk out the door when I wanted to. I wish I had more talent. I wish I had more talent. I wish I was more adaptable to the situation. But I realize that I'm limited in my services here. But
This
when
is
the electronics
inevitability
came,
for everything.
they take the best. And I'm not saying I'm bad, but I'm not the best. I know that. I'm limited. A 16-year ride isn't bad.
I was going to establish an office, computer trading, and then I pursued that. And then during that, the markets were horrible. Great excuse. I was horrible trading, and yeah, that it was totally thrown on the back burner again. In a year, I want to not be living in Chicago. And hopefully I enjoy where I'm going to go visit out west. And if I enjoy it there, that's where I plan on residing. And that's where I think I would be most happy. Skiing in the winter, you know, summer, just recreational things. What I'd like to do is be a park ranger. Maybe something in that capacity, like a search and rescue. Something where you're out in the element. And I kind of like that, being out in the element, maybe helping people. Something where you feel good when you come home at the end of the day. Wow. But you know, that's the biggest feeling though, the anxiety that, you know, you don't have that stress. It's hard to explain. It's just you're more at ease because you realize it's not the most important thing in the world.
I don't know if you noticed how the house is kind of cool. I could never keep the house this cool when I had the wife and kids here. You know, we'd have to have it on 72.
A Sandy.
And then when Bobby comes and stays for the weekend, I'll turn it up a little bit, you know, for him. But during the week when I'm here, I just turn it down and my bills are like nothing. I'm very happy, comfortable here. When I come home from work and there's nobody else here, this guy doesn't leave me alone. I can't go anywhere. I can't go from room to room, wherever. Right? And as far as Bob, I would love if he, you know, got interested in the business and found that he was good. You know, I've been kind of telling him to take an interest, look into it. I'm willing to show him what I'm doing with the currency trading and stuff like that. And, you know, I think when he's really interested, he'll let me know. I'm leaving it up to him, though. You know, I'm not pushing him into it.
Hey, buddy, what's going on? Good. Remember my son Bobby, right? Graduate this spring? Are you going to college?
Not yet.
Are you going to college? Or?
Yeah. I don't know what I want to do with my life yet, so this is a good place to, because I've already learned a little bit about it, so I know a little bit, so.
You too?
Well, he's telling me that now it's more transitioning into computers, trading instead of people. He told me to, that I should get more involved with the computer parts, because then there'll be more jobs for that.
Like in about 10 years, they're gonna come to me and say, Dad, how come everybody but you became a millionaire in the 1990s? I look back at it as, okay, that's just another opportunity that I wasn't able to take advantage of. Should I spend the rest of my life regretting it? No, I don't think so. You know, I just look on the upside, you know. My kids are healthy.
You got that default, you don't got shit.
It's hard when you've been doing something 25 years, making good money, and then it just stops. Not because of anything you did, it just stops. It's actually 87 because I got my 003 badge on. Yeah, right during the crash.
What pit is that?
S&P pit.
S&P pit, that's my man right there.
3, he's dead. 3, he's retired, he's shot. That's why I got into the casino business. I wanted to get out of this whole business. I always loved kid stuff. And I always collect little, I just like kids. It's weird. Kids and warriors. These are great kids' moccasins. The only reason I've gotten this far is because I've been tortured my whole life. As a child, I was tortured from my alcoholic father. That's what I got hit in. That's what's a little left of my motorcycle. I was coming back from my daughter's
That's
soccer camp.
crazy.
The good stuff. And I was being followed by another parent. And he came out while I was, laying on the ground. When he saw me, I was bleeding out of my mouth, my nose, my ears, and my eyes. Because my head was blasted open. I was just, I was dead. The firemen, he knows some of the firemen, they said, this guy's done. This business was perfect for me. It's a real test on your own character because the greed and the stardom and all that bullshit that goes with the money, well, no squirrels today, eats a lot of people up, and it spits them out. And one of the brokers, has been down there as long as me, or even longer, he goes, boy, it was a good run we had. I said, a run? Fuck you, a run, motherfucker. A run is something like when it's just, I got this job and they keep paying me. When I go down and go to work, ain't no fucking run. It's fucking, this is like going to the mines every day. Oh, fucking people.
I like this guy so much. That's how I feel about these liars on YouTube, man. And these fakers, man. It just, and the people that just follow them, and they don't know that they're in a cult.
Yeah, big dog. The big dog. Thank you, buddy. Oh, good. The market's coming my way. Perfect. This is our machine. We change the months, we put orders in and out, and then we get the execution logs. Geez, I bought all these up a lot higher than where the market is now. You name it, we got it. It's a crazy, crazy world we live in. All right, now, I'm gonna go into the pit and trade.
In my opinion, the byproduct of internet electronic trading, it is creating more stability in the world. Stability meaning sharing wealth, but also sharing resources.
You gotta break this high.
Traders trading every day, it would be very unstable. When you have traders trading against a particular commodity, it stabilizes the entire pricing scheme because it's a very efficient marketplace. Whenever there's a change, there's a reaction to the change. So the more people that you have trading throughout the world with different perspectives, the more stable the overall price of commodities will be.
Good evening. This is an extraordinary period for America's economy. Over the past few weeks, many Americans have felt anxiety about their finances and their future. I understand their worry and their frustration. We've seen triple-digit swings in the stock market. Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed. As uncertainty has grown, many banks have restricted lending. Credit markets have frozen, and families and businesses have found it harder to borrow money. We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis.
Yeah, it's 350 points down in the Dow again today after, it was positive several times. The S&Ps rallied 50 points in the morning and ended up down 30, and the markets are under extreme pressure. The world is on fire right now. Listen to the siren. I mean, does that sum it up? It's probably every city in America sounds just like that. How's it going? Dude, $4,500. Nasty, dude. Yeah. And awesome, But it's weird. You have to be patient, but then the patience has to turn into incredible decisiveness,
Right.
You gotta be patient, like let it happen. It's coming.
Absolutely.
This is the price I can use,
And then
decisiveness.
you
Got to
never
make a
just hit it
decision.
So fast. You know, where I want to get in is where that stop is. Just damn, you know.
Starting to do something here. So.
Is it? Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. The big announcement was earlier in the day when we had the interest rate, a worldwide interest rate reduction, which is pretty unprecedented. Even with that amazing moment, which would in normal times rally markets, you know, rally Dow market, the Dow probably 500 points, we're looking at a negative down day still. And you can look at the S&Ps. This is on the first, that first initial reaction. And of course they overshoot that. Everybody's looking for a way to get out. So I think what we're hoping is for it to rally, but the entire planet is, you know.
It's a whole global effort now. It's not just us. You know, it's just, we affect it. We're a big part of the global economy. So they don't want us to fail. They can't have our dollar fail because we're a consumer nation. So if our dollar's doing bad, they're going to do bad.
What's your role in all this?
I ride the wave. That's all I do.
Ride the wave. That's all we do.
You know, it's funny because I look back.
That's all
in
we
the
do is
80s
ride the
and
wave,
90s,
baby.
Traders were the kings. The back office fellas and the computer boys, we would laugh at them. And they got their revenge.
Mm. Yo, it ain't over. It ain't over. Watch this part. Watch this part. This is probably the saddest part right here. Oh, did they show it already? No, they didn't show it. Here you go. Look. This guy fucking died. He died right after he retired. Oh my God. His reason for living. They retired that old man from the trading floor because of he couldn't just acclimate. But that's just something, not just him, but that's just something when it comes to like retirement and getting old. Getting old doesn't kill you. Retirement does. It's just when you stop moving and thinking and all that stuff. All right, I gotta go. I gotta pee so freaking bad. IBRB. All right, I'm back. Hey, let me wipe this off. All right. So that's my video of the day. We can watch something else another time or something. We can put something else on, just so we can help the day go along and everything, you know. Let's get our hands on some Yahoo. We're looking for news.
But the tariffs were not as bad as we thought. So numerically, they're lower. There was very little retaliation to the U.S., and then it's taken time to pass through. So those effects were moderate, but now we've got these tailwinds. We've got AI in the data centers, we've got lower energy prices, and we've got pretty easy financial conditions. So now we're kind of back up to 2 at the end of the year, which is potential for the U.S., and we did the U again this year.
And how significant is AI as a percentage of that?
We don't have a direct measure, but we think it's at least.
Did you lose on that Bitcoin drop this morning?
On an annual basis, and then the other way.
No Bitcoin over here. Yo, what up, Chuck? Oh, Phantom Pictures. What's good? What's good?
Which is huge. Right?
Anonymous Turtle. I stopped by just to catch one of these lives. Thank you. I appreciate it, Anonymous Turtle. I seen Bitcoin went down. Did you lose on that Bitcoin? Nah, I got out of Bitcoin a couple months ago.
Someone from ISM, the Institute for Supply Management. We got their manufacturing numbers today. What was it? 10th straight.
You guys caught me
manufacturing. Now I know manufacturing
during the lull time. You know, right now just a lot of capitulation and digestion.
These tariffs are something that are,
you know, before we make another move. So it's going to happen within
we're not
the
seeing
next
the
hour.
reshoring that was originally thought, but we're
going to get a move.
Manufacturing, we're losing employment
But
in government,
I think going into tomorrow,
from the data centers that
I want to.
But the manufacturing, we've basically taxed ourselves, right? We're taxing imports.
We have Jay Powell
American
speaking
firms or
tonight
American consumers
at Stanford.
Paying that. We still have the policy on.
So he's not going to say anything about policy.
A lot of things, including manufacturing output.
And something that we've talked about in the past,
because the Fed is in a blackout date.
Whatever you want to call it, the gap in spending, is that from an economics point of view, like it's fine if the wealthiest Americans are spending enough to keep the economy afloat.
But we've been pointing out this narrowness argument for a couple of quarters. So the labor market strength is narrow, the demand story is narrow, the manufacturing story is narrow, and the consumer spending story is relatively narrow. So the top 10% are roughly sort of 40, 50% of spending. So we're not getting the broad-based recovery, and that's probably not sustainable over the longer term. But short term, that kind of juices up the growth rate. So that's again masking some of this weakness.
Right. I mean, do we expect any broadening? And if so, what's going to be the catalyst for it? Is it going to be, for example, the tax bill and some changes?
The tax bill will help. Lower energy bills will help. But also the data centers are kind of spreading out across the country. They were originally concentrated right outside of D.C. and Loudoun County, Virginia. But now they're kind of everywhere. So we might get a multi-year boost for this smaller stuff. But, manufacturing coming back and building out the middle class, kind of 1950s style, that's definitely not something we see in the cards coming back.
You've mentioned a couple times energy costs being lower as being a tailwind. Energy costs, though, when you're talking about gasoline, are lower. But they're not lower when you're talking about energy, the power coming into your home. To be sure. Electricity costs are not lower. And that's something that's really become this big talking point in the so-called affordability crisis, is that cost of electricity.
Right.
How do you think about that?
Electricity demand has been flat for many, many years, and now it's starting to pick up again. We've talked about data centers several times already, but you've got examples of communities where some ginormous data centers being built, and those things need a lot of power, and we've got a big, sort of upward slope now for energy demand, electricity demand in the U.S., and that's pushing up utility prices, and some people are saying, hey, my bills are going up, and this data center down the road is pushing the costs higher. So we get back to these distributional issues we've been talking about for the last couple of decades, and this is just another example of that. These things are, going to generate some output and, generate AI, which is supposed to make our lives better eventually, but in the short term, they're pushing up electricity costs for these local communities.
So we've been talking all about the U.S. Globally, what do we need to pay attention to? Are we going to see sort of global growth modest global growth.
Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. I mean, Europe and parts of Asia are actually benefiting from this infrastructure, digital infrastructure build out in the U.S. So you see it in Ireland. You also see it in Taiwan, in Malaysia, and in South Korea. So we're getting some exports of high-end sort of tech stuff from those guys into the U.S. Europe's got a little bit of a boost. This is Europe, so we have to scale our expectations appropriately. But with the German debt brake being released, we think growth could go kind of 1.25 to 1.5 on infrastructure and defense. China's a tricky story because we know they are world beaters in kind of clean tech, right? Solar, wind, electric vehicles, batteries, but they're still having a property overhang and kind of 4.5-ish growth. So we're going into a reasonably good year in 2026. It's not a great year, but we've got the U.S., kind of 2-ish, Europe 1.5, Asia 4. EMs are actually benefiting from those lower energy and gasoline prices. That's a huge part of their consumption basket. So that's a little tailwind for them as well.
And Paul, I'm curious, beyond next year, if you look into your crystal ball and how this AI story is going to play out from a labor force transformation aspect. I mean, I know it feels a little early to know, but what are you going to be watching and how are you thinking about that?
Well, I think on impact, the effect's going to be negative, right? We're already seeing some layoffs. The tech sector's not generating employment in the U.S. It is in Europe, by the way, which is kind of interesting. But the hope and the aspiration is we're going to get, new technologies and new ways of doing things. So on impact, we have negative impact on labor supply or labor demand, but then over time that kind of goes up and we get a sort of a labor renaissance and we get productivity and all that kind of stuff. That's baked into a lot of the pricing, so that's something to watch in the next couple of years. But that's the view now. It's still early days, but maybe next year we get a bit more clarity on both the macro payoff on the productivity and also the financial payoff on the earnings. Both of those have to come through.
Yeah, that would be nice to know more about all of those things. Paul, great to see you. Thanks
My
for
pleasure.
coming in. Appreciate it. Well, President Trump is expected to name a new Federal Reserve Chair to replace Jerome Powell. The 5 candidates on the short list: Fed Governors Christopher Waller and Michelle Bowman, former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, and BlackRock Head of Fixed Income Rick Rieder. Federal Reserve Correspondent Jennifer Schonberger is here with a closer look at Kevin Hassett, the current frontrunner for that position. Hi, Jen.
Good morning, Julie. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett is seen as one of the frontrunners to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. He has a close relationship with President Trump, serving as his economic advisor. He also served during the first presidential term for Donald Trump. Hassett told me in an interview recently that he puts a high priority on Fed independence, sound money policies, and getting interest rates aligned with economic conditions. He told me he thinks the Fed has made some bad policy decisions that at times look to be partisan. He criticized the Fed for assuming that a spike in inflation around the pandemic and Biden-era stimulus checks was temporary. He also singled out that the Fed started raising rates when tax cuts were passed during Trump's first term, then cut rates right before the 2024 presidential election.
I think that there's a lot of house cleaning needs to happen at the Federal Reserve, and I'm confident that anyone the president chooses will get to work and try to fix it and make the Fed independent again.
Hassett shares President Trump's views that interest rates should be a lot lower than current levels. He says it would be a mistake for the Fed not to cut rates in December, given that he believes the government shutdown dented growth in the fourth quarter. Julie?
Thanks so much, Jennifer. We're going to be profiling each of those 5 finalists each day this week. And coming up, as Bitcoin hovers around $85,000 a coin, could this be the beginning of a crypto winter? We'll talk about it next.
Oh, what's that? My bad, yo. What are you saying? I heard you're from Philly. Yeah, I'm from Philly. I'm from HBG, bro. Hopefully, I can get it. Yeah, definitely, man. Just lock in with me every day and everything. You'll pick up on what's going on. Pick up on the news. Pick up on the data. Learn how to do contracts. Um, I don't charge for anything. Like here now, if you want me to do something personally, I do charge then. But of course, I also do have tips. I accept tips. I have my Cash App and the what's the name? Um, so I show pretty much how to trade. This is something that I developed. This is a journal. I recommend everyone to have a trading journal, but this is my trading journal right here. It goes back months. Here go 10, 10, I think 9. So I have all my journal. I have all my days journal and everything. I have tons of videos to show you how to trade stocks, how to trade options. I understand money. I know what real money is. I know what money is. So I know how to filter out a lot of bullshit that's coming from the outside. This is my date. This is the day of the week, Monday. This is the date 12/1. What we're trading SPY. This is the data. We hit a pre-market high and low right there. We're in the range. Any gaps? We have a high, low, open, close, watch contracts. We have our calls and puts there. Usually I go 3 and 3 or 2 and 2. Depends on what's going on. We just added the VIX to our time watch. Having this time frame down is really big. It's going to save you and make you a lot of money when you learn how to actually implicate it. I do this every day, 5 days a week, from 9:15 to usually end of day now. There's different trades that happen throughout the day. I'm no financial advisor. I don't. Um, I'm not promoting you to follow me on my trades. This is just a way to, just show people how to do things. This is what I'm doing with real money, my money. And yeah, going from there. I don't have no reason to lie or hide. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Although if I do help you personally, how can someone help you personally make you $10,000, $20,000 and I'm not charged? If you make money right here with me trading like this, nothing. But I do ask for a tip. If me giving you the highs and lows and telling you where to go and everything, and you make a lick, drop something in my Cash App. I appreciate that. I'm not trading every level. I'll tell you what I'm trading. I told you today I'm looking up, so I'm not really buying puts. There's a reason why. There's a method to my madness. There's a reason to that specific madness. You know, um, yeah. So when it comes to my time, this is what I give you right here. If you want any extra personal time, then you got to come out of pocket for that. I'm sorry. I'm giving you free brain power through what I'm trading, why I'm trading, all that stuff right there. So you're getting a lot of free value out of me, my videos, trading with me every day. You're getting a lot of free value right there. So definitely when when it comes to anything personal, I definitely have to charge, because then it's just getting ridiculous. Although I'm giving away free game all day every day um to those who watch and listen and buy and everything. So definitely give and take. I'm no guru. I want to know what you guys think too. I am no fucking guru. I listen to 4 or 5 different people every day. I watch videos all night. I put a lot of work into this. It's just not me going off of my emotions and everything. I'm I listen to a lot of different people. I watch and follow a lot of different people. Even if I don't like that person, even if the person is fake, I still do because they can't unfake the news. Like you can't fake the news. So, and some people are just really good content creators, you know? If I had a content creator that would want to create content with me, oh my God. Because I actually know how to trade and I know charts and I know that stuff. But the content creator, they're going to put out videos, put out shorts, stuff like that, so, um, and then, you got people selling courses, selling strategies, selling, just selling all this different stuff. And it's like, and the thing I don't like is prop firms. People selling prop firms to people, because that's just so BitConnect.
That I don't know if it's the case so much with Ethereum. It is to some extent, but the thing that has been the argument for prices to continue to go higher was institutional adoption, right? Was support from the administration, which it has gotten in spades, and yet here you have the price falling, which suggests that those sort of things were not enough to keep the prices afloat. So kind of how does that support now play in for crypto?
Yeah, it's a valid point. But, also we don't have to have, like, for example, my opinion can just one opinion, right? As well as yours. But what's really good about blockchain is that it's all on chain. And so you can just see on-chain activity, right? And things have been building. And one important thing that you mentioned is that crypto
Maya, I think we're having a little bit of issue with your connection. Do we have you? Nope. We're going to have to leave it there with Maya, unfortunately. As we see these crypto prices sell off, we'll have to catch up with her another time. We got much more markets action coming up. You're watching Market Catalysts.
Rocky. What a classic. That's funny. Definitely would have been a flag in today's game.
like 10 years in the league. And I always explain this to people, like, bro, you give somebody a 5-year, $100 million contract, right? What is it really? It's 5 years for 60. You're getting taxed. Do the math. That's 12 a year, you know, that you have to spend, use, save, invest, flaunt, whatever, however, just being real. I'm going to buy a car. I'm going to get my mama a house. I'm going to do, everything costs money. So if you're spending $4 million a year, that's really $40 million over 5 years, 80 a year, you know? And now you start breaking down the numbers, it's like, that's a 5-year span of where you're getting $8 million. Can you make that last forever? And then you always hear the people who ain't us, ain't been in the position, like, oh, well, that would last a lifetime. Yeah, this job that I've sacrificed my whole life for, they are giving me that. I didn't ask for the certain dollar amount or whatever, but we weren't taught about no financial literacy.
Come on, you got some fucking crazy ass money now. You don't need it. You don't need to be taught too much about financial literacy. Getting paid that much money. Where is my clipper?
Down about 0.5%, and the S&P 500 just slightly behind those two indices, down about 0.4%. I do want to take a look at something that is positive today, and that is gold futures. Now, we've seen gold really become a safe haven for this market, for investors over the past year. We are seeing gold futures just ever so slightly up, about 0.3%. But if you take a look at the run that gold has had year to date, it is up more than 60%, reaching now a 6-week high. Also, silver hitting a new record high as well. Silver futures up nearly 100% year to date. As we're seeing this increase there, this optimism for both gold and silver, we are seeing downward momentum, a major sell-off in crypto. Today alone, Bitcoin down about 8%, hovering around that $84,000 mark. Now, keep in mind, just a few months ago, we were talking about Bitcoin reaching $126,000 for the first time ever. That was a record high. And now for the past 3 months, we're seeing Bitcoin down about 23%. And it's not just Bitcoin that is seeing this crypto sell-off. We're also seeing Ethereum down about 10%, Solana also down about 10%, and Doge also down around 11% today as well. That cryptocurrency down about 37% in the last 3 months. And this is also Also getting into crypto stocks as well. We are seeing some, downward momentum for Robinhood, Coinbase, Circle, some of the biggest players that have seen such momentum in the past few months. Now seeing this sell-off today as there really is this risk-off sentiment that is hitting the market. Taking a look at the NASDAQ there, a bit of a mixed picture there as well. We do have NVIDIA moving higher, up about 1%. Amazon trying to hold on to in the green, as well as AMD, Netflix, as well as others like DoorDash seeing some upward momentum. DoorDash up about 3% today, but others not really seeing the similar momentum that we're seeing like NVIDIA, Google down today, as well as Broadcom, Meta, Tesla, and Microsoft. So a bit of a mixed picture when it comes to the NASDAQ, but taking a step back, all three major indices in the red to kick off this week's trading session as we make way towards the end of the year when we're hearing from these other firms that the S&P 500 could reach as much as 7,500 by the end of next year. But keep it right here on Yahoo Finance. We'll be tracking all the market moves throughout today's trading session.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. We're watching Moderna, casino stocks, and Leggett & Platt. First up, Moderna, the vaccine maker sliding after a top Food and Drug Administration official said he'd impose new restrictions on vaccines. A memo from the agency said it would place new restrictions on which vaccines hit the market. The official blamed COVID shots for playing a role in the deaths of 10 children in the memo he sent to agency staff on Friday, which was seen by Bloomberg. He said the FDA will require vaccine makers to perform additional tests to get their shots approved as a result of those safety concerns. Shares of other vaccine makers, including Novavax, are also sliding. Next up, Bally's, the casino operator, along with Resorts World and New York Mets owner Steve Cohen, have won approval for a New York casino. The decisions made by New York State's Gaming Commission brings the state near the end of a decade-long process to award as many as 3 casino licenses. Bally's is proposing a $4 billion resort at a Bronx golf course previously developed by President Trump. Hedge fund mogul Steve Cohen will partner with Hard Rock International to build a massive casino complex next to Citi Field. And Resorts World, which is owned by Malaysia's Genting Group, proposed investing $7.5 billion to build a resort in Queens. Finally, Leggett & Platt. Shares of the home furniture manufacturer jumping on takeover interest. Betting company Somna Group International proposed to acquire the company in a $1.6 billion all-stock deal. The offer values Leggett & Platt at $12 a share. Somna Group submitted the proposal to Leggett & Platt's board and requested a response by December 22nd. Somna Group owns Temper Sealy, the mattress firm, and Dreams Bedding. The Leggett & Platt board said in a statement that it is reviewing the proposal. We got much more markets action coming up. Stay tuned. You're watching Market Catalysts.
All right. That's Market Catalyst. That's a new high day. Oh, you still here too? All right, Phantom Futures. Okay. Yeah, I'm still tracking. We're about to hit 682, 683. There's a good chance we can actually hit 684, 685 maybe. All right, I'm gonna copy this down. This is important. This is Monday. Tuesday, auto sales. Wednesday, ADP. ADP employment. U.S. services. PMI. ISM services. That's Tuesday. I mean, Wednesday. This is Thursday. Initial job list claims. All right. And this is Friday. PCE. in core PCE, PCE, in core PCE, consumer sentiment, consumer credit. All right, awesome. All right, so we had to mark those dates down because they're important. Earnings this week. I think Marvell, maybe Dollar Tree, some Macy's, Dollar General. They're important. All right, those are the important things there. All right, they're big. All right, let me go heat my food up. I'm gonna go heat up my food. I'll be right back. I still have my calls. I'm still looking for some upside, so I'll be back in a bit. Yo, what up? I had to run to the store, but before I left, I got some puts. Excuse me. answer your question, no. The calls I took this morning, no, I took more than those calls. In the morning, I took these calls here. I rolled this up. I touched on something here, then I let them go. And I wrote more calls here. I think I sold some like around here. I bought puts here. And I'm sitting on some of those puts. So like, we're not holding things for too long. You do gotta let the play out, and then after that you can do something else. But everything is just risk reward. And that structure change is going. It has definitely changed. We have power at 8. I don't think they're really doing anything right now. Call. Oh, the calls in the morning. So I'm gonna hang it up today. I have some. I'm swinging some calls and puts into tomorrow. I think I'm doing like 2 to 1 or something like that, just so I can be ready for something. I'm gonna get out of here right now. I'm gonna get over with you.